Hello, and apologies for the delay there. Had to grab my regular cup of coffee before I started streaming. What is up? Let me change the setting real quick. Alright. Howdy. You may notice a difference in scenery here, and that is because I'm in a office this time. I'm gonna probably be streaming out of here for the foreseeable future, and that's about it. I have my everything is in here. I have my work shit, I have my streaming shit, so it's like it's pretty cool having it all in one area, because before I was just streaming from the dining room, but not anymore, so that's good. Yeah, hopefully everyone's doing well today. I got my coffee, like I said. And there is some stuff worth talking about, I think, this morning. Let's start with this, actually. Because I don't know what's going on with it, and I feel like I should be in the know about everything that happens. Alright, let's pop that up here. Boom. Bingo, bambo. Let's go like that. So, I guess, you guys know how, I mentioned this, like, last year. Sometime, I can't remember when, but we were talking about M&Ms and how how sexy M&Ms are, I guess, but there's something else going on with it. I don't know. So yeah, as this mentions, last year Tucker Carlson was talking about woke, in his words, woke M&Ms. And this was predominantly a consequence of them changing the design of the green M&M specifically from not wearing sexy boots to now wearing sneakers or something. Anyway, this is all very silly, stupid shit that doesn't matter, but to some people it matters a lot. They went from a less sexy design to something more androgynous, I guess, with these other M&Ms too. Oh, is there like a clip? Because I would like to watch it. Is there? Yeah, I mean, this really doesn't mean anything if there's no clip. Oh, here we go. Wait. Is the audio? Nope, you guys can't hear it. Hold on. Okay, let's see what's going on.
Exactly. But anyway, purple M&M was added to push acceptance and inclusivity. Okay. When you look at the package, the women are upside down. And I understand flipped, but thank you very much, we stand on our own. We don't need to be shown on a package looking crazy upside down.
Oh, so the issue here is that they're sexist, and the premise behind this packaging, I think, is to kind of like, signal, although through a liberal lens, support for feminism and support for challenging, I guess, in a way, a roundabout way, patriarchy through broader representation, or through signal boosting a more, feminist, I guess, opinion. I don't know, but yeah. So they don't like women having expanded rights. So, or God forbid, them acquiring power in Congress. So this, I guess, explains why they're distraught over this.
I mean, if this is what you need for validation, an M&M that is a color that you think is associated with feminism.
So that's not why. I just explained here, but obviously they can't hear me. But it's not like a central point of validation necessarily. It's more like, it's more about representation. This is, you can also make the claim here of having more female representation in areas that are more predominantly controlled by men, and where women are explicitly excluded from undertaking such either occupations or careers. Usually that's with like the STEM field. It's been mostly a male-dominated field, which is what it is. But there are definitely industries, at least historically, that have precluded the possibility of women from going into there. So the essential thing here is more like, let's allow women to it's not just about the validation part. It's the point I'm trying to get at. It's more like people are allowed to, it's more about the broader representation. So that's kind of the difference, I think.
Then I'm worried about you. I think this is the kind of thing that makes China say like, oh good, keep focusing on that. Keep focusing on giving people their own color M&Ms.
Okay, the only people who are making this a big deal are conservatives, or people like Fox News. The people who are signal boosting this discourse. This isn't really discourse. It's a marketing like tactic. There's like nothing here. It's a non-story.
While we, take over all of the mineral deposits in the entire world.
Because you historically can't focus on more than one thing at a time.
I want chocolate without commentary and coffee without Latin.
Excuse?
I don't want a venti, I want a grande, I want a small, medium, or large.
I don't know about you guys, but when I
Nice.
Outsmarted by a congressman. Right here. That's where I live.
when I was a young girl, I was like, when I grow up, I want to be the purple M&M. So that was.
But that's sweet. It's a
I hope they're kidding.
When I look at M&Ms, I'm just like, I'm gonna eat them. It's gonna taste delicious. This is ridiculous. But to Martha's
Wait, yeah. When people think of M&Ms, they just eat them. Like they don't. There's nothing more to it. It's a candy for millions of people to enjoy. Like, what is the issue? Because they're signaling progressive values on their branding? Okay. Isn't that their prerogative under a free market society?
Wait, but China's also pushing all this through TikTok. But anyways,
Absolutely.
Whoa.
Can we just have something nice for a change? Can we just enjoy M&Ms without having to be something?
Is there any evidence to substantiate that claim that China is pushing progressive values through M&M marketing through TikTok? Boy, wow. I mean, if they have that much power, then we may as well just roll over and die at this point. They've already won.
Bigger?
Yeah, we can.
Why?
Once again, there's also stripping everyone of agency, because remember they took the heels
What?
off Mrs. Green or Green M&M, however you say Miss Green, right? They put her in sneakers because wearing heels was somehow detrimental, because women who choose to wear heels must not be able to think for themselves, right?
Whoa. Wait, what? Okay, this is not worth a segment. I'm sorry.
They must be doing it for a bad reason. Everything about this is wrong. And also, we already have the California raisins being all the different sizes. We don't need the M&Ms to be different sizes too.
I can't
Right?
keep
They're all
up
the
with
same
it all.
size in the back. Who cares?
Keep up either.
Crazy.
But now I'm hungry.
Wait, literally the only people who are making this discourse are conservatives. They're the ones who are upset about this. Because businesses or corporations can do whatever they want with regards to marketing, as long as it doesn't violate any sort of FCC laws or something. But this is just like them signaling support for progressivism. The only people who take issue with this are conservatives.
Next up,
Okay, cool. That was it. We live in a silly society. That's all I gotta say. This article is obviously editorialized, but M&Ms have gone woke. Mars, the company behind M&Ms, launched a nuclear strike in the war on men by unveiling a package with only the female M&Ms. This is sexist and not inspirational at all. We must boycott M&Ms until the alpha male M&Ms get their own exclusive package. So this is coming from this man here, who is kind of like a lolcow in a way, because he plays into the whole alpha male aesthetic. But if you look at some of his tweets, it's remarkable and reeks of insecurity. Oh man, how do I look up shit just on Nick? Ugh. If I'm remembering my Twitter code correctly. Alpha. Do we have anything here? Well, maybe we can scroll and find some shit. This is the same guy, by the way. He plays into the whole alpha male kind of shit. I have an IQ of 184 and will not be shamed for it. I don't know if this guy's a joke. Like, is he he's either a lolcow, an idiot, or I don't really know. It's hard to pinpoint because some of this comes off so like inflammatory that it's hard to take serious. I only eat the right side of a Twix bar. The left side makes you woke. Like, what is there to say, man? What are we doing here? Who is this person actually? I've seen him on my TL a lot for some reason. He was endorsed by Trump, president of the Foundation of Liberty and American Greatness. Australian by birth, American by choice. So he's probably a Nazi at the end of the day. This is so silly, dude. I can't tell if he's serious though. It's really hard to take. Like,
I want to speak about Mars, the company behind M&Ms. M&Ms have just released.
Wait, this is the guy who's saying he's an alpha male? Are you kidding me?
Feminist M&Ms. Yes, you heard me right. Feminist M&Ms.
This is the fucking like guy who acts like he's the big boy honcho man. Like, okay.
Egregious sexism of the worst and most conceivable kind.
In a way, he sounds like he just inhaled helium. Like
It is outrageous, it is disgusting, and it must not stand. That is why I am calling for a...
There is no more like beta behavior cannot be exhibited any more clearly than with constant whining about everything. Like, keep in mind, there are things worth, getting upset about and pushing against, but M&Ms? I don't think that makes even the top 100 here.
A complete and total boycott of all things Mars, and particularly M&Ms. It will not stand. Let me say this loudly, let me say this clearly, let me say this unambiguously. Any male that buys a packet of M&Ms from today forward...
This guy seems like a gentle, like, teddy bear, not like an alpha male werewolf. Like, he really does not pull off that aesthetic at all. The posturing, it seems very indicative of insecurity. I'm sorry.
Must hand in their man card because they are a soft, woke, beta, male feminist who has serious problems. Until M&M's rectify...
Okay, I can't believe this is what keeps them up at night. I'm sorry, but it's just like, what a joke. What are we doing here, man? Oh, yeah, of course. Yep. Why does he have so many pictures of himself, like, posture? I guess it's all on the same... No, it's not on the same day. That's weird. Put down the woke M&Ms and pick up a 40-ounce ribeye steak. Thankfully, Hooters doesn't have woke M&Ms. Dude, how many times are you going to talk about M&Ms? What the fuck? Is there really nothing else worth discussing? It's all culture war? They talk about Twix, they talk about M&Ms, almost every tweet here is about this. Look at this. How fucking unserious are these people? Imagine feeling compelled to such an extent. You go out of your way to buy an M&M pack, to subsequently empty it and then stomp on it to a fine powder, and then take a picture and post it to social media, adding a fellow, retard. Oh my god. Honest to God, this is, I think this is what keeps them up at night. Unbelievable. Not climate change, not providing food on the table for your family. This is warranting of considerable time and effort. I only hit the right side. Dude, he made this tweet twice. What? Wait, am I having deja vu, or he made that tweet twice? I refuse to combine my masculinity just one in my house. Some say it's better. An alpha male is someone who refuses M&Ms if offered, no matter. They are so fucking beta. Dude, honestly, God, if you're this motivated to signal such alpha, I don't know, attitudes, behavior, whatever. If you're that obsessed, then you really come off pathetic. Being an alpha male isn't a it's a way of life, I guess. It's the friends we made along the way. The left hates Christmas, Hobby Lobby, Chick-fil-A. Mainly M&Ms and gas too. Dude, it's honest to God, I think he's just capitalizing off of just discourse, culture war discourse. I don't think he's I don't know for sure, but it doesn't seem like this guy is for reals. I think he just wants to garner as much social media attention as possible. If I were to guess, I don't actually know. But yeah, that's pretty crazy. Okay, this isn't even what sorry. This isn't even what we were going to be talking about today. I gotta move on to something that actually matters. Yesterday was Femboy Friday, though. Let's go. Oh, you know what? There was something I wanted to look at, actually. Hold on. Oh, I'm gonna have to plan this for later. That's gonna be dope. Let's see. Not that. Where is it? Oh yeah, here we go. So, guys, you know how Ben Shapiro is all facts and logic? He loves facts and logic. I love facts and logic. I am a strong proponent of empiricism as a concept. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for Ben. He says he loves facts and logic, but I guess in an attempt to perhaps validate such a perspective, he is on his show writing logical proofs to what again? I don't know. I don't know what he's doing, actually. Let's just watch.
So here is the equation. L equals, and the numerator is S plus, and then it's R times A plus I. Okay, so S in this particular equation represents social solidarity. So if you have an area that has a lot of social solidarity, that's going to help the government. Because obviously social solidarity means you're all going to vote in ways that you're not going to offend your neighbor because you like your neighbor and you're not there to use the government to crack down on your neighbor. Plus, responsiveness of the authority to input, that's R, times the avoidability of the authority. So if you know that the government is both responsive to you and also, if you're unable to get a response from the government, you're able to avoid the government, right? You can move out of the area. And this also contributes to the legitimacy of the government.
What the fuck am I watching?
I don't have to, if I'm in California and I don't like California, I can leave. That means that the government has a high level of legitimacy. One of the reasons being, even though I disagree with the way that California is governed, I can always take off, which means the people who are left there are consenting to being there. Plus, which is the ability of any authority to advance the interests of its population. So,
this isn't your regular everyday autism. This is advanced autism. This is like something I would write when I was like fucking 16.
In other words, if government has the following aspects, it is going to have a lot of legitimacy at any level. This, by the way, doesn't just apply to governments, it actually applies to families as well. If there's a lot of social solidarity
This is all like arbitrary. He just made it up.
within the area governed by the government, if that government is responsive to input from people, if you can avoid the government, if the government doesn't rule the way you want to, you can leave. And if the government is very effective at implementing the needs and wants of its citizens, it's going to have a high level of consent. Okay, the denominator. These are the things the government can do to undermine its own authority, essentially. V is violation of fundamental or pragmatic right.
Does he understand like what fractions are, you know? Because when you look at numerators and denominators, they're like whatever the outcome of that division is the ratio between the two variables. So I don't understand how this relates to his I don't understand like what we're exactly looking at in terms of like ratio wise here. It doesn't really make sense to me. But I don't think it's supposed to make sense.
Of rules and roles by the authority. So the government decides it's going to...
Yeah, honestly, I think that this is really just like to make it seem like either he's smarter than he is, or that his audience they hold values that are empirically able to be determinable through logical equations like that. I don't know. I'm too. I guess hey, he's operating on 140 IQ. I'm over here on 80. So maybe I don't understand.
Wipe away civil society. It's going to wipe away your rights. It is now jacked up the levels of control it is using against you. It undermines the legitimacy of the government. R, right? This is R prime. It's the regulatory strictness of the authority. So the authority passes very, very strong regulations to move against you.
What?
This undermines the legitimacy of the government unless you've consented at a very high level to that government.
Wait, why is it R prime though? That doesn't make sense. If it's about the regulatory... Wait, what did he say?
Unless you've consented at a very high level. Authority passes very, very strong regulations. Strictness of the authority. So the authority passes very, very strong regulations to move against you. This undermines the legitimacy of the government unless you've consented at a very high level to that government.
Okay, I'm sorry. What did we set L to? What was the variable L exactly?
L equals, and the numerator is S plus...
Wait, liberty? Is that what it means?
So here is the equation. L equals, and the numerator is S plus...
Wait, I really... Okay, he didn't say... Or whatever. Nice. Okay, cool. Got the memes going here. I love it. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, that's what we're going against, lefties. My fellow lefties, okay, this is what we're up against. We are up against this giant of logic, and we got to pull out all the stops if we want to fight against it. What the fuck was I gonna do here? Not that. I guess let's just get into the big thing here. Okay. So, yeah, hold on. there's quite a bit to go over. Did we go over? Oh no, we didn't. We didn't go over that yet. Okay. This is a pretty good, I might just defer to this. This is a very good. Wow. This is unbelievable. Okay, let me just show you what I'm looking at. So, we have quite a lot of anti-trans legislation that is being proposed throughout the United States. And there is it's so much that there is a whole Google sheet dedicated to tracking either all or at least a lot of the piece of legislation. This was created by, at least in conjunction with Aaron Reed. And unfortunately, I won't be able to pronounce this woman's name. So that's, but they both were responsible, I think, for this bill, or excuse me, this Google sheet. Anyway, big shout out to both of them for this. This is very impressive. There are a lot of pieces of legislation, okay, that are being proposed. Now, I'm scrolling here. Well, I don't know if I can filter it, but if you go down here, I mean, there's a lot. How many do we have here? We have 117 so far. Many sports bans here. Yeah. So anyway, this is a very good spreadsheet to defer to. Right here. So I highly recommend people. It's just like a good way to keep up to date with what's going on in your state if you're like in one of these states. But that's not what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about two bills specifically. There's a North Dakota. So there's two bills I'd like to talk about today. This first one here is a North Dakota bill that would require employers to use pronouns associated with DNA. I don't know what that means. I actually don't know what that means. I can't even give you a ballpark estimate, like approximation of what this could mean. So, North Dakota has been the site of many anti-trans bills in 2023. Already has seen multiple bills proposed. Right, so it's already transphobic. Right. It is clear that the state has set its sights on transgender people and be the first state to pass it. Now, a new bill has been proposed in North Dakota that would force any employer receiving state funding, as well as all government employees, to misgender transgender people based on the individual's DNA. Pronoun usage has come up in several bills this year, and I anticipate that we will see bills around pronouns passed in at least one state. Most bills focus on the use of pronouns in schools and give teachers the right to misgender students. The Missouri Teachers' Bills of Rights bill has a section that says teachers shall be free to use the legal name and pronoun of a student without fear of reprisal, a bill that would allow them to misgender trans students. Right. Some states have ventured into compulsory pronouns, but only for students. One second. An Arizona senator has proposed that teachers must use the pronouns that correspond to the student's biological sex unless they get permission from a parent in writing. Oklahoma bill would place similar restrictions on teachers. There's one in Virginia that's attempting to force all schools in the state to require parental permission to gender a transgender student correctly, but have not. So this is bad because, like, there are some trans children who may not be out to their parents. So going to their parents for permission, especially if they're transphobic, it's basically forcing them in the closet. These double standards harm trans students as well as force teachers to participate in hurtful actions. Right. And by the way, this is a party of small government, ostensibly. Now, we have seen our first policy that targets employers and mandates that they partake in similar practices. This bill in North Dakota would mandate that all employers in the state who receive state funding, as well as in schools, institutions, state agencies, and offices, misgender transgender people at large, not just students, but all transgender people. The bill mandates that words used to reference an individual's sex, gender, gender identity, or gender expression mean the individual's determined sex at birth, male or female. It also mandates that this be determined through the individual's DNA. Those who violate will be charged. How do they determine that through DNA? Am I dumb? Maybe I'm stupid, because that's happened a lot. But how do you determine somebody's like what does that mean exactly? Because DNA, is that like the same? Is that the same shit as like chromosomes? Whatever. Because, okay, this doesn't make sense, because if I were to say, for example, that is this kind of like looking at somebody's chromosomes, which I don't think it is, but if that's the case, then there are some women who have XY chromosomes. I mean, what are you going to do then? You know? Call them a man? They're phenotypically presenting as female. It doesn't make sense. The bill is especially perverse. It would be compelled speech for many employers in the state of North Dakota. It would force people to act against their conscience and would be a blatant violation of rights. Many individuals and corporations receive state funding. This is true, definitely, because in North Dakota, there's like fucking nobody. So I'm sure that they receive a lot of state funding proportional to their entire budget. It would institutionalize the mass discrimination of trans people. Yep. On top of that, it would make outlandish demands of how employers and government agents should determine the gender of the people they interact with. The fact that the drafters of this bill include determination established by deoxyribonucleic acid shows that they have a fundamental misunderstanding of both biological sex and pronouns. We do not have he and she encoded in our DNA. So, okay, my gut instinct was correct here. And human biology, sex is not binary. This is also true. You can be intersex, for example. Yeah. One would wonder how a bill like this would treat intersex people with non-standard DNA profiles. Would people be forced to submit to mandatory DNA tests in order to determine what pronouns we should use for them? This is very cumbersome, even if, like, just from a practical standpoint. If you don't want to appeal to the humanity of people, then from a practicality standpoint, how would this even be enforced? This is just like a reactionary bill. The idea of biological pronouns is something that comes up sometimes in anti-trans spaces, and every time it does, transgender people point out that there is no such thing as biological pronoun. Yeah, I mean, this is the case, but unfortunately there is a conflation with conservatives between biological pronoun, like pronouns are a social construct. So, yeah, okay. Pronouns are human inventions, and cultures have a variety of pronouns that are not necessarily attached to gender. That's also true. Biology does inform one's gender, that's for sure. It's not like a full-on determinative factor, though, because you can be born, obviously, male, and later in life want to present more female. You can be born female and later in life want to present more male. These aren't like they're not one and the same, I think. A Utah rep this year sent a letter to Utah schools saying that we should follow the school residents. So basically, they're just evil people. Yeah, I think we got the gist here. Discriminate, use wrong pronouns, make their life miserable, fine people for using incorrect pronouns. I mean, it's total bullshit, to put it mildly. Whoops. We also have another here. One second. There is a bill that was proposed in Oklahoma that is going to effectively ban all gender-affirming care in the state, because it bans all state and federal funding for any provider that performs gender-affirming care, which is essentially a ban on all care. If the and here the screenshot, no provider shall be eligible for reimbursement through Medicaid or any other federal or state program or any other funding from any political subdivision of the state if that provider or any affiliate of that provider performs gender transition procedures. That could mean anything. That could be puberty blockers. That could be HRT. That could be FFS. That could be GRS. It could be anything, man. Now, the likelihood of this being passed in Oklahoma, I feel like, I don't know, because like in Idaho, for example, last year when they tried to ban going across state lines to get gender affirming care, that was you know, that didn't go through all the way, but at the same time, you know, it's a more conservative state, so I don't know the likelihood. I guess I would have to look at the makeup of, you know, their respective Congress. So you should have a period of 5 years and showing that they are... Wait, hold on. What's it say? Any providers found to be ineligible for reimbursement or other funding pursuant to this section shall be able to reapply after a period of 5 years and is showing that they and their affiliates no longer participate in gender transition procedures. So basically, if you try to provide gender affirming care to people who need it, you will therefore be... I guess the implication here is you'll be stripped of your licenses to be able to do anything. I don't really get it. Within 60 calendar days of recipient of a complaint or violation under this section, the Oklahoma Healthcare shall publish the findings of its investigation. Dude, can you imagine, like, all of this is because they hate trans people? Like, has there ever been such a massive gatekeeping with anything as... Like, it's gender transition, you know, it's gender affirming care. People should be allowed to get it if they need it. Like, this is like unbelievable. It being immediately necessary for the preservation of public space, health, and safety. An emergency hereby declared to exist by reason whereof this act shall take effect and be in full force from and after its passage and approval. Nice. So they're just banning gender affirming care. Hospitals and clinics cannot operate without Medicaid funding, along with state and federal grants. This essentially creates a choice that pits foregoing millions in funding or stopping the provision of all gender affirming care. Yeah, I mean, if what's on the table here is provide gender affirming care or get no federal funding, I'm sure that these institutions that receive Medicaid funding or federal grants are going to be erring on just yeeting that GAC, because why wouldn't they? They still need Medicaid funding to fund other shit, especially when you look at like these more rural hospitals. North Dakota or Oklahoma, I think, is pretty rural, and they probably rely heavily on federal funding, especially with Medicaid, for example. So I think the choice for them is going to be pretty simple. I can't see how the state can dictate the conditions of receiving federal funding, but legalities aren't really concerned. This bill means... Wow, this bill would mean small LGBTQ community clinics receiving Ryan White HIV funding can no longer provide GAC. Wow. Yeah, this basically... Cool. So this basically deprives all trans people of healthcare. Because why would... Yeah, I mean, like, it's... Yeah. I don't know. I mean, what can you say, man? They're just evil. They're wicked. I truly... There is, like, no, like... Well, there is a political analysis you can engage in, but, like, fundamentally, okay, what drives these people to hate trans people so much? It's just the fact that they're wicked, evil people. I mean, like, seriously, can you imagine being this distraught and this gatekeepy over GAC? Because initially the claims were, you know, we got to protect the children. But now they're going above and beyond this and simply saying all trans healthcare is banned, basically. So this is an attempt, you know... I know genocide seems hyperbolic, but in this circumstance, it kind of isn't, because like some of the precursors to a full-on genocide include, you know, criminalizing the existence of a minority group, or making it impossible for that minority group to exist in the first place. In this circumstance, with, you know, transgender healthcare, the only way for somebody to... I mean, you don't even need to go through gender affirming care to be transgender. You could think you're transgender and live your life normally if you want. But at the same time, you can't like really express your identity clearly in the public space when things such as, you know, gender reassignment surgery or gender affirming care are off the table because they're not receiving Medicaid funding. So this is really just an attempt to ban, you know, the existence of trans people. I've gone over this many times on stream already. But these bills that are being proposed essentially try to criminalize these people's existence. They ultimately want they just don't want them to exist. So without explicitly killing them, like through gas chambers and shit, they will do things like this, which contribute positively to suicide rates. So it's kind of like, in a way, a genocide, because you're creating conditions where their life is so miserable that unfortunately they delve into either drugs, alcohol, high risk behaviors, and the worst being suicide, obviously. So this isn't even to mention the you know, the denormalization of trans people as a whole, because when you see people who are different from you, like I feel like this is why representation is important, because you need to have people who, you know, you don't see every day. They need to be easily, like, I think a lot of like ignorance and hate come from, or I think a lot of hatred or bigotry comes from, you know, two main areas, really, I think. I think it mostly comes from, obviously, hate, but also from ignorance. And if you aren't, like, you know, around trans people that much, you're probably more susceptible to the propaganda that they're, like, pedophiles and they're a cult or whatever other shit that conservatives want to say. Because, again, you're not really exposed to that community. So the denormalization and the lack of representation of trans people through undertaking GAC or GRS can have long-term effects, you know, in terms of interpersonal tolerance towards these groups of people. And unfortunately, it's also going to contribute positively to these politicians who are openly transphobic, to them getting reelected, because if they placate to these people's fears effectively, this is a great motivator for people to go out and vote for those candidates. And I mean, a lot of the fear comes down to, like, again, a lack of awareness, a lack of understanding of these groups of people. So yeah, I don't know. It's pretty fucked. This isn't even, like, the worst of it, actually. This is bad. This is really bad. But this isn't even, like, the main focal point of today's, whatever. There was another... Oh, shit. There's another bill, though. And this is the other one I wanted to discuss. I'm going to have to be able to find it, though. Oh, yeah. You know you're in a stable society when shit like this is being posted. Trans people are preparing to flee the United States to seek asylum. I mean, can you really blame them? Yeah, these people are monsters. There's no way around it, really. I'm sorry, but there's only so much like charitability I can give to people who are like scum of the earth, transphobic or bigoted like this. There's only so much I can like say, like, you know, look at the sociology behind it. Like, well, they probably weren't brought up around trans people. They probably don't understand them. It doesn't really matter because I personally, look, I'm not around, like, I had the fortune of being in a multicultural like community growing up. And I also have relatives and friends who are transgender too. And so, like, I understand to a better, not to an exact degree, but to a better extent as somebody who wouldn't otherwise have been around these groups of people, what their experiences are in a way. Obviously, I can't know for sure because I'm not myself transgender, but I can fully empathize with what they're going through. And because of that, I can't really justify, like, you can't really justify this kind of behavior. There's only so much ignorance that can be used as an excuse to justify bigotry. You really, like, really there isn't much you can go off of, right? Like, we can explain that's kind of why some people get very bigoted, which is probably, you know, more than likely true. But at the same time, there is a thing called empathy, which some people appear to not have. And honestly, personally, I also grew up, unfortunately, around very bigoted people too, in my life. And I'm thankful that didn't really rub off on me. And I'm not trying to grandstand or anything. I'm just saying, though, like, there are people who are around those groups of people who are very bigoted when they're growing up. And that kind of ideology rubs off on them, you know, become less tolerant of other people. But we are in a broken society. I don't even know if it's broken is even the right term, but the fact that we are at a point where people, or trans people, are thinking of seeking asylum elsewhere is fucked, you know? It's obviously very fucked. Because these people shouldn't have to be moving. It's not something they should be concerned about. But because of the political climate we are in right now, it's probably a good idea to consider this, you know? Anyway, I keep getting sidetracked a little bit. I need to find the... I might have to Google it. That's fine. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay. I need... Okay, hold on. That's not really what I'm looking for. No, that was 2022. Oh no, that's not even what I'm looking for, sorry. Oh my god, I hate this website. Okay. Let me show you the final thing we'll talk about, I think, with this. So, drag shows, this is a frontier for conservatives as well to use as a conduit against trans people and the community broadly. Conservative lawmakers from multiple U.S. states have recently introduced a series of bills targeting drag performances, particularly those with kids in attendance. So this includes in Idaho, Michigan, Montana, Missouri, Arizona, and Tennessee, Texas. Right, there have been attacks against drag shows. There were quite a bit of anti-LGBTQ protests, threats, and violence. In November, a Texas lawmaker introduced a bill that would classify venues that host drag shows as sexually oriented businesses, making it a misdemeanor to admit anyone under 18. Michigan lawmakers last year announced legislation that would allow parents to sue schools for up to 10 grand if they hosted a drag show. This is all, keep in the back of your mind while we go through this, that this is all a moral panic. Drag shows, by and large, are not sexual. A lot of drag shows are just people performing different things, either singing, doing comedy, doing dancing. I mean, it's not inherent, it's not sexually oriented. I'm sure that there might be some drag shows that are, without a doubt, but under those circumstances, children are never usually admitted, you know? This is not really like an issue. Conservative politicians are targeting drag and trans as part of their, yes, larger anti-LGBTQ push, specifically around issues of gender identity. Young children in close proximity with adults who are intentionally and explicitly sexualized. This is not happening on a large scale at all. Maybe 1 or 2 edge cases where it is, where there's like, you know, children around in a drag like part in the crowd of a drag show where it might be inappropriate, but by and large, overwhelmingly, that's not happening. Drag story hour. Oh yeah, that's another thing that conservatives hate. Reading books to children, encouraging them to use their imagination. You know. I was proud to file legislation that would ban any type of drag show that is sexual in nature from being performed in any place where kids will be around to see it. You know what's funny? Is that these fucking people who are so concerned with the children being around drag shows are the same people like this guy. Oh wait, like this guy, a Trump supporter who was interviewed from an HBO documentary and said that liberal politicians and celebrities are pedophiles, was exposed for actually being a pedophile on camera. Oof. It's always the conservatives, huh? It's always them who are the fucking pedos. It's always them who want to advocate for child marriage, who are okay with like literally it's them. they're the ones who are sexualizing children, if anything. And it's really weird. Like, it's just weird, man. Any type of drag oh, that's sexual in nature. Well, I don't think that's even like, it's not, that doesn't happen anyway. I just don't get it. Leader Johnson's bill is not anti-drag. I mean, it is though. It's definitionally anti-drag. Yes. Characterizing it as such is disingenuous at best. It's disingenuous to say it's disingenuous because he's proposing a bill that would ban any type of drag show. This is fundamentally anti-drag. It's similar to laws that prohibit children from going to a strip club. Are we really going to compare drag shows to strip clubs? Why do they think about sex and kids so much? Like, conservatives, it's on their mind a lot. Clearly it's on their mind a lot, you know? Violence and protests have accompanied the rise of anti-LGBTQ sentiment and rhetoric. The Proud Boys has shown up in some cases shut down events. Yes, I remember that. And a man firebombed a donut shop in Oklahoma after it hosted a drag. Wait, really? So, oh yeah, Club Q. There was yeah. So, guys, keep in mind, okay? This wave of anti-drag shit, outside of being a moral panic, it is escalating to a point where it's not just like let's ban it. That's already bad enough. There are independent actors here who are destroying infrastructure and killing people as a result of this. You had the Club Q shooting, as mentioned in this article. You also had the electrical substations in Washington and North Carolina that were vandalized, cutting power to like tens of thousands of people because of drag shows. You have apparently a man firebombing a donut shop after it hosted a drag show. These are not. This is an escalation of concern, like radical concern. You know, like you have to be. Oh man, I don't know. You have to be like either mentally like unstable to be doing this, or deeply radicalized, or both maybe. This is just very insane. All because of drag shows too, you know. Political violence isn't necessarily like, well, I won't say that. I'll say political trolling isn't necessarily a bad thing. I think that if you target people, that is bad. That's very bad, actually. Infrastructure or property damage, however, that kind of trolling is, I think, a little more, you know, justifiable. But like, look at what we're talking about. We're talking about drag shows. It's a moral panic for sure, and it's just more of an extension of the transphobia we have been witnessing for quite a while here. If bills pass and drag is criminalized or relegated, it'll be dangerous for performers. Yeah, that's true. This isn't actually the main article I wanted to talk about, though. There's another one. Fuck. I'll have to find it, though. No, I need to go to here. Because this one I was thinking about is pretty fucked. Yeah, there's a rise of like right-wing extremism against drag shows, and I mean, trans people as a whole, really. Hold on. There's this one bill, however, that is so egregious that the language used in it could be reasonably interpreted as banning like trans people from the public space.
What it looks like.
Sorry. Sorry about that. I don't know what the fuck that was. Let me go look. One moment, please. Alright, sorry about that. I am back. And I got my doggy. He is so cute. Mwah. He was the one that you heard barking a moment ago. The high-pitched voice. That was really weird, though. Somebody tried to deliver a dishwasher that we didn't order. I guess it was the wrong house. That was just odd. So, yeah. Anyway. There was... Fuck, man, where... I do want to find that, Okay, sorry. Okay, yeah. Okay, hold on. Yes, here we go. This is what I want to show. Yeah, one sec. I'm gonna have my dog in my lap while I do this. Alright, so you know how conservatives want trans people dead? Well, this is being exemplified in multiple different ways. Through anti-trans legislation, through banning gender-affirming care, through actual violence. The Club Q shooting being one, where 5 people, I believe, died. Through the destruction of pieces of infrastructure, such as electrical substations, as was the case in Washington, North Carolina. And also firebombing certain locations that had previously hosted drag events. Now, all that being said, there was a new piece of anti-trans legislation, and this one specifically, though, targets drag shows. So let's take a look really quick, and let's talk about it. Because in this circumstance, based upon the language used, and I'm not kidding here, the bill in Arkansas it can be interpreted as banning trans people from being in public spaces, either singing, lip singing, or dancing. Just if you're trans, okay, and you lip sing, dance, those 3 things, there might even be more, actually, you would be receiving a felony. Let's take a look, though. A bill filed Monday in the Arkansas Senate would define a drag performance as an adult-oriented business and place restrictions on where they could take place. So you're kind of, from this already, you're kind of seeing where this is going to go. Senate Bill 43, sponsored by Arkansas Senator Gary Stubblefield and Mary Bentley, adds drag performance to the list of adult-oriented businesses in the state's code, which includes adult what is that? Cabarets, adult theaters, or nude. Dude, so notice what they did here. They added drag performance to the state's code, which had included in it adult cabarets, adult theaters, or nude model studios. Nude model studios being in the same provision or the same code as a drag performance. Drag shows, you're not nude. You're not nude. But nonetheless, they are being grouped in with these explicitly, like, openly and are advertised as being sexual, like, oriented, venues or businesses. The bill goes on to define a drag performance as something where a performer exhibits a gender identity that is different from the performer's gender assigned at birth. So right here, a drag performance is being defined here, okay, as somebody who is transgender. Because definitionally, a transgender person is somebody who identifies as a gender that they weren't assigned at birth with. Some of the ways in which you can exhibit such gender incongruence or transgender, the way in which you portray your transgender identity can include using clothing, makeup, or other accessories that are traditionally worn by members of and are meant to exaggerate the gender identity of the performer's opposite sex. Wow. So the existence of trans people here. Keep in mind this first part here. I'm taking time to look at the language carefully because it's important. Exhibits a gender identity that is different from the performer's gender assigned at birth. So if you're transgender, using makeup, so you can use clothing, you can use makeup, or you can use other accessories. This can include maybe, what does that actually include? Does that include like earrings? Because some guys wear earrings. That are traditionally worn by the members. So this kind of flies in the face of any, like, because everybody, to some extent, well, not maybe not literally everybody, but many people, an overwhelming majority of people, exhibit gender non-conforming behavior through different ways. For example, I think like a man having long hair, for one. This is usually associated with femininity. I guess it depends on the hairstyle, though. A man wearing any kind of like jewelry, such as earrings or things like that. A woman wearing a suit could be another one. I mean, these are things that are typically, against what they would be otherwise expected to conform with from their assigned gender at birth. So everybody to some extent engages in this. Not literally everybody, but like a lot of people. And this is defining a drag performance as somebody who, they didn't actually describe what they have to do. They're just describing what they are. The performance part isn't really being described here, actually, is it? Oh, are meant to exaggerate the gender identity. Okay. The performer would be someone before an audience of two or more and is intended to appeal to the prurient interests. That means having or expressing lustful ideas or desires. This is very, isn't this subjective? Because people have different kinks, right? Like something that's lustful or exciting lust can, some people are turned on by feet. Like, I don't know. This seems like a weird, arbitrary guideline to have. The bill also states that no adult-oriented business may be located on public property or where a minor can view it. I don't think that's a problem. In previous legislative sessions, Arkansas had made national headlines for legislation seeming to target trans community. Yeah, we know. In the 2021 session, Arkansas made new bills, which passed over the governor's veto, creating a first-in-the-nation law denying gender-affirming care for minors. This is also the case. This also took place in Florida not too long ago by Ron DeSantis' appointed medical board. He appointed the members of that medical board that would have ruled against trans affirming healthcare for minors. These are not, we're not dealing with the best people here, like the most moral people. A lawsuit filed in opposition to the law is currently being charged. Yep. So look at the language, man. So a drag performance is somebody who is transgender and who expresses their gender identity through clothing, makeup, or other accessories in a way that's meant to exaggerate their gender identity of the performer's opposite sex. So if you're transgender and you do things to express your identity, then you are, you could face legal repercussions. And technically what would happen is you would be lumped in with the same things like adult theaters or nude model studios. You would be an adult-oriented business, basically. So this is really just outlining drag shows. And in a way also outlining trans people from doing anything like in public where there's two or more people. I mean, like, You know, like you can. What if somebody who is trans who wanted to is at like a wedding, for example, and is dancing, would this therefore ascertain the conditions for a felony? I mean, like, this is pretty. And plus, sometimes there are kids at weddings, so it's insane. Yeah. I really don't know what else to make of that, like, I think this is the same thing. I just want to, yeah, this is the same bill. No, thank you. Yeah, so anyway, yeah, I mean, this kind of sums it up best. It's an attempt to move trans people from public life. I'm sorry, but like anybody who sincerely thinks that this is like it is an exaggeration to call this a genocide they are certainly not either paying attention or they don't understand what genocide looks like. We are unfortunately in a time where there was a massive movement against trans people, against the whole community for that matter. Gay people, the whole thing. Trans people specifically, however, are under a special fire from conservatives, and we are witnessing it through these pieces of legislation. This is a massive push throughout the entire country here. There are bills trying to ban gender-affirming care. There are bills that are attempting to ban going across state lines to seek gender-affirming care. There are bills banning trans people from participating in sports. There are bills preventing trans people from, in this circumstance, being in the public sphere, dancing or expressing themselves in a way. The language is vague enough, I think, to just apply to them, to them being existing. And there are bills that make no sense whatsoever, like the DNA bill that was proposed, I think, in North Dakota, the one we looked at earlier. These are bills that make no sense, that are blatant attempts to eradicate the existence of trans people. And it's just, it's not explicitly like killing them, but you're contributing to great stress among the community in a way that will inevitably lead to higher suicide rates or higher mental illnesses that propagate within that own community because of the legal or because of the policies that are being proposed here. And these policies don't even need to pass. I think that through repeatedly putting these bills into, putting them up for votes and stuff, just signals to the whole country that trans people are not welcome, that they shouldn't exist. And this is a remarkable amount of cruelty I've seen from any piece of from anything really. Obviously, slavery was pretty bad, and obviously, the Jim Crow and like minority groups as a whole have been very definitionally have been screwed by in the United States. We've made progress here and there for sure, but I think right now there is an active push to regress back to a time where trans people were shoved into the closet, were viewed as subhuman. And, also we're seeing a lot of actual, like, terrorist actions and behavior from conservatives, right wing specifically, because we have seen them go to the Club Q shooting, right? Club Q shot and killed 5 people. We've seen firebombing against locations that have previously hosted drag shows. We have seen, infrastructure damaged for the purpose of disrupting drag shows. There's a lot of far-right extremism going on, just in the country as a whole, but especially against like trans people right now. And the structural violence coupled with the interpersonal violence, it's no wonder that trans people are right now looking for asylum in other countries. California is good. It's actually really good for trans people to be in, but it's definitely not perfect when, the federal government, unfortunately, may become controlled by, the far right. So, with all that being said, what is to make of this? Well, I think that what I have said previously still stands here. I do think that this is there are definitely precursors to genocide here. There is obviously a political motivation to eradicate the existence of trans people. You can't look at things like the banning of gender affirming care and not take away from that there is a political motivation among that group of people pushing for such legislation to legislate out of existence that group of people. It's not explicit, it's not explicitly like, creating gas chambers, lining them up. Like, it's not explicit, and it doesn't have to be. I think that just the attempt to eradicate their existence through banning gender affirming care as a whole, not even for minors, because originally the point of conservatives was that they wanted to protect children. This was under false pretenses because obviously their ultimate goal at the end of the day was for trans people not to exist at all. They ultimately want to detransition people. They want no one to pursue transitioning if they're questioning. I mean, I don't know what can I don't know how many times I say it. It's just like they hate trans people, and unfortunately their transphobia right now among conservatives is being used in a way as a conduit to other far right policies. This is in the short term, of course, but long term, they obviously want to push forward the cruelty, and push forward other far right policies to that that are not necessarily even like adjacent to social issues, But regardless, right now we are seeing an unprecedented level of wickedness from conservatives, with respect to the trans community. It really is unprecedented. Back in the 60s, trans people were largely not recognized. I mean, they obviously existed, but like their political relevancy was pretty minimal compared to now. And with the rise in normalization or representation of trans people in media and throughout society, this has resulted in a way, a backlash against that by traditionalists. And like I said before, this transphobia is being used as a conduit for far right politics for the sake of it, as a broad concept. So, start with trans people, then move on to gay people, then move on to African Americans. They can obviously do it simultaneously, but the focal point here really is trans people. And I don't know, man. They want trans people dead. I mean, there's only so many times I can say it, but we can dig into like the sociological premises leading up to this point, we should. But also, it's worth noting that a lot of this comes from two main places, really. And I think this could also be said for bigotry as a whole. I think like two main components of bigotry really are, fear and ignorance. And these cultivate, attitudes towards different groups of people that will allow policymakers to exploit and thus be able to, pass harmful legislation. So if there's no representation of trans people, and if you don't interact with trans people, you might be, not always, but you might be more susceptible to, propaganda, whether anti-trans propaganda specifically. If you see these, if you're not really exposed to these groups of people, then you might fall for the fact that they are broadly speaking, pedophiles, that they're trying to infiltrate women's spaces. I mean, like, there's a lot that can go into denormalizing groups of people, you know. So yeah, I don't know. That's kind of it's kind of what it is like right now. It's really sad though. Like I mentioned this before, but like I grew up. I am fortunate enough to have grown up in a multicultural community and with, you know, family and friends who are either transgender themselves or parts of other minority groups. I could just never understand, even from a young age, why people are just hateful, like, or rather, like, adopt bigoted perspectives. I could never relate to this. And I obviously, this does come down in part to how what your upbringing was. But like outside of that, like there's just some fundamental things about I don't know, about maybe like what I believe. Like even if someone either looks different from me or somebody lives a different lifestyle than me, I'm usually pretty understanding. Like I don't hate people because of it. The main thing I hate are people who engage in explicitly harmful behavior. Passing this legislation or even proposing it, to me, is harmful. I think also targeting infrastructure, targeting groups of people, hate crimes, obviously those qualify as being very harmful too. I just don't get it, man. There's really no, I don't really understand. Like I obviously explained to you guys like my perspective on like bigotry conceptually. Placates to fear, placates to ignorance, those two things. But like, what is there to be afraid of? I like with trans people, it's crazy. Ugh, I don't know. Man, bigotry kind of is like a mental illness, I think. I can't see anybody falling prey to bigotry if it weren't for their high propensity to be either fearful or ignorant. Obviously, those are the two. That really is like the two big things, in my opinion, that cultivate a bigoted, you know, mindset. Oh boy. But yeah, I don't know, man. Oh boy. Well, yeah. So that's kind of what's going on with that. What's this? Hold on. Is it the University of Michigan? That's a Palestinian flag, right?
Intifada, long live it, Intifada. Intifada, Intifada, long live it, Intifada. Intifada, long live it, Intifada. Intifada, long live it, Intifada.
There is only one solution.
Intifada revolution.
Yeah, I mean, like, they're advocating for the murder of Jews. There is, now keep in mind, we're at a point with the Palestinian-Israeli conflict where I think like a two-state solution might be the best, because there are generations of Jewish people who are living in Israel that, I mean, it's their home too at this point. I mean, you really do have to advocate for a two-state solution. But the use of, you know, infracting on like Palestinian land, furthering infracting on that land, is obviously, you know, despicable. This doesn't, however, justify calling for the murder of this doesn't justify the dog whistle here, because this person's sign was "There's only one solution." I think we all know what that means. Yeah, I don't know. Pretty fucked. Yeah, so let's move on to another thing here. One moment, hold on. I don't know if I'll show the video. Not sure if it's TOS, but let me just pull it up. So okay. So cops are pretty fucked in the United States. And unfortunately, right now, their primary function appears to mostly be just exerting control over citizens and viewing them as an obstacle towards their power tripping. Right now, another African American had unfortunately died at the hands of police officers. And according to this, they say a cousin, quote unquote, of BLM co-founder died after committing a felony hit and run trying to steal a car, resisting arrest and getting tased by. He tested positive for cocaine. Oh, damn. Is that true? Actually, it doesn't matter. Even if it is true, that doesn't justify killing him.
Hey guys, that guy right there, he caused that accident. He was trying to steal my car. Yeah, the police is doing the right job right now. Don't think that the police is abusing him. He was trying to go away.
I think that guy's in a very paranoid state.
I'm an Uber driver and he was trying to steal my car when he hit the other cars right there.
Shit, was he in the car?
Huh? Yeah, he was in the BM right there.
That's a taser.
Yeah, they're using the taser, right?
So the use of the taser is inappropriate as far as I'm concerned, because like he was already pinned down. Hold on. What was this person's name? Okay, this is CNN. I guess this. Oh, damn, they have body cam? I don't know if I want to watch the whole thing.
Stephanie Elam has more.
The end of a police encounter. The beginning of a nightmare for the family of 31-year-old Keenan Anderson, the cousin of Black Lives Matter co-founder Patrisse Cullors, who posted, "Keenan deserves to be alive right now. His child deserves to be raised by his father."
Sit with your legs crossed.
So from what I understand, this guy was trying to steal a car. That seems to be the consensus here. And he died. He died from police custody because of trying to steal a car. Now, maybe I'm a radical lefty, but I don't think that like stealing a car warrants such extreme measures that it results in the death of somebody. You can make, I guess the only argument you can make here is like they were just negligent, the police officers, but like that doesn't really excuse what happened. Somebody's life was taken away. There's no getting that back. So negligence is still a very just disturbing, outcome of this. There's a traffic collision in Los Angeles. As police struggled to arrest Anderson, they tased him repeatedly. Edited body-worn camera footage released by police shows. After being arrested, Anderson was brought to a local hospital where he went into cardiac arrest and was pronounced dead. So he didn't die on the spot. Let me be clear. He died from cardiac arrest, which was caused by their tasing and caused by the distress they caused him after he had reached the hospital. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's like tomato. They killed him, so they're the reason why he died. Now, obviously, some of the arguments, again, against the fact that they killed him is that he had cocaine in his body. I don't know if that's true. Can we get confirmation on that outside of a tweet? Keenan deserves to be alive right now. Yes, he does. Anderson taught he was a teacher. Details of his death are serving as they are tragic. Keenan was deeply committed educator. At any time somebody says a black guy he had been inebriated by drugs at the exact moment that a police officer had their forearm on their neck or were tasing him, I immediately have red flags there, because it's like they're trying to excuse the cause of the death, move it away from it being because of the police and moving it towards because of the drugs. They did this with George Floyd. Detectives are from police to respond to a scene where Anderson was taken into custody and were investigating the use of force. Police defines any death of a person in their custody as categorical use of force. So far this year, Los Angeles police are also investigating police shootings. Okay. Police said they responded to a traffic collision the afternoon, running in the middle of the street, exhibiting erratic behavior. On one officer's body-worn camera, released and edited by police, a woman at the traffic collision site tells police, "I think that guy up there needs help, though, because the guy's trying to run away." Body-worn camera, video show. Let's watch a little bit, because I want to see his demeanor.
Police say it began with a traffic accident that witnesses said Anderson caused.
That guy right there, he caused that accident.
Anderson was running around near the scene, police say, when an officer caught up with him.
I don't want to be in this light over here. I want people to see me.
He initially complied, dropping to his knees and putting his hands behind his head as he pleaded with the officer.
Please, sir, I didn't mean to, sir, please.
Anderson later jogged into the middle of the road.
Come here.
Where police restrained him and eventually tasered him.
Turn over on your stomach right now. Watch your elbow, partner. You're trying to George Floyd me. You're trying to George Stop it. Stop it or I'm going to tase you. Stop it. Yes. I'm going to tase him. They're trying to kill me. They're trying to kill me.
The video, edited and released by LAPD, shows Anderson is tasered 5 times. He died later of cardiac arrest at the hospital.
Can't you, George?
Okay. So initially, I think that... See, here's the problem with this. Being black in the United States in the presence of police officers when you're being, like, when they're trying to get you to comply is pretty damn scary. We've seen for decades now police enact undue, I wouldn't say undue, but like unreasonable uses of force against these group of people, and this definitely solicits a fear response. That's for sure the case. And given the fact that this person referred to George Floyd, I'm sure that he's privy to the fact that, you know, police are, you know, pretty racist on average. With that being said, I think that he should not have, like, walked away. Let me see if I can pinpoint that exact moment where that happens.
The road.
Right here. So you see I was walking away. He shouldn't have done that. I understand and I can empathize with the fact that police, you know, being in the presence of police officers as a black man can be scary. I will never know for sure. Obviously, I'm not saying I will. I'm just saying that I can understand why this would solicit a fear response, which seems to be what's happening with him. That being said, I don't think he should have walked away. Anyway, let me see here. A preliminary toxicology blood screen of Anderson's blood samples tested positive for cocaine and marijuana. The Los Angeles Coroner's Office is expected to conduct their own independent toxicology tests. That would be nice. Michael Moore said the videos were published in response to calls for the release for the families. This is not, again, to do anything with any demonstrated or commitment to full transparency. Judge. Okay. This just seems unfortunate. This doesn't seem... Yeah, I'm having trouble with this one because, like, this is definitely not like a George Floyd incident. This is not remotely the same. Because, first off, he died at the hospital from cardiac arrest. Obviously, this was a result you can attribute to the force used on him earlier from police. I think that there's just got to be a better way of you know, detaining somebody, you know, like I understand sometimes you have to use force, but in this circumstance, you already had him pinned. I don't think tasing was really necessary. But yeah, I think that the culpability of the police is still like significant enough in my opinion, because they had done things to exacerbate. Even if if him being on drugs, the cocaine, marijuana, apparently, even granting this for sure, right? Let's say that they do another toxicology test and it confirms this, right? Even if that were the case, I don't think that really changes much in terms of the culpability of police, because they had exacerbated the effects that those drugs would have had, right? I don't know to what extent, like how much of a percent we can attribute the cardiac arrest to the drugs versus the use of force, but honestly, it's probably a little of both. I don't think that this is equal to the George Floyd at all. That one's pretty clear cut in my opinion. This one's a little more like 50-50. So anyway, I don't think, look, cops by and large are pretty racist, okay? But with this specific case, it's, at least initially, I don't know all the details, but initially I'm not like gonna go full on like saying that it's all because of the cops that this man had unfortunately died. They're definitely culpable, and they shouldn't get a pass for anything regarding the use of force here. But at the same time, if the drugs are for sure confirmed, I don't know. I think this is more 50-50. I'm not one of those people who automatically will I guess, you know, say that like cops, you know, that like every single case where somebody dies in the custody of cops is because of predominantly the cop themselves or the use of force. In this circumstance, I think it can be reasonably determined that the use of force the most charitable thing I could say is that the use of force exacerbated any kind of effects that those drugs had to the point where it caused the cardiac arrest. So, like, we can't... I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I can't, like, for sure say, but I think that's my perspective on this, as of now, at least. It's really unfortunate. Very unfortunate that he died. He died 4.5 hours after the use of force. I don't know. This is really bad. Because, you know, life is gone. You can't get it back. So, but that's just, I don't know. It's really bad. Oh, boy. Anyway. There is one more thing I wanted to look at real quick here. I still have my dog in my lap. Oh, he's chilling. Now he's waking up. Hello. Mwah. He's really chill. He's chill. You know? I can pick him up. He's not fussy, man. I mean, he's fussy a little bit with like being left alone, but you know, he's pretty good. Hold on one sec. Let me get my other dog. You know what I'm surprised about is that my cats haven't come in here yet. One of them came right before I started streaming, and then that was it. I thought they'd for sure be coming over here. Fuck, man. What else do I have to... Oh, yeah, dude. Okay. This one's a doozy. The one I'm about to... the one we're about to go over here. Yeah. Where can I find... God, where is this? God, this person tweets quite a bit. They tweet a lot. Wow. I'm trying to find, sorry, I'm just trying to find this like tweet that has been the cause of so much discourse recently. This is kind of like the origin point of I don't know, a lot of shit, I think. Oh, here we go. Wow. Yeah. So, in an ongoing effort to illustrate how bitch-made Republicans are, some recent discourse that's, for some reason, bubbled up. I still am not unsure how it happened. They are concerned. I guess the issue now is gas stoves. I don't even fucking know. Oh no, I don't want to show that yet. So this individual, I don't even know this, like, the origin point. It might be. I don't know what kicked us off. The discourse. I don't know. But they said, I turned on all my gas stoves today and let them burn for no reason. And there's absolutely nothing you can do about it but cry. Like, so, like, I guess the idea here is to, like, trigger people. But I don't think it worked. Many people don't give a fuck if you turn on your gas stove. I don't know why someone would. Like, I truly don't. I guess because it contributes to climate change or something. I don't know. But anyway, I guess, like, okay, you're raising your gas bill to own the libs. Cool. It's just weird. It's weird, man. These are the same people who concern, like, I think this face, okay, anytime a conservative in a meme uses this face, okay, from, like, the crying, like, liberal, whatever, you know they're stuck in 2014. Because they I don't think they'll ever get over that. I think they'll be using it till the heat death of the universe, probably. It's so weird. I can't even, like, be mad. I'm not mad. It's just so weird to get this upset. Like okay, there's egg on my face, I guess. Like, you turn on your stove. I don't give a fuck. This person's like, whole thing is bizarre. Like, their whole, like, Twitter shit. Wait, what? People really getting mad at the dumbest shit. How dare society work towards a world void of greenhouse gas? This really owned the what? Nobody feels owned. Nothing is happening. This tweet is tripping the hell out of the left. How does this demonstrate? Wait, how does this what? Oh, he's talking about his own tweet? Or their own tweet? Like, okay. Dying of carbon monoxide poisoning to own the left. Wait, what's this say? Things Joe Biden keeps in his basement. Himself, highly classified document. Wait, didn't Trump literally get... Wasn't there, like, literally an FBI raid against Trump because he was holding nuclear documents at Mar-a-Lago? Joe Biden hiding classified documents is a bigger threat to U.S. than 1,000 Jan 6. So fascist coup is less bad than... Okay. I don't... Does he know... Like, do they know, like, the job of the president? I don't know. A lot of this is, like, schizo posting. Matt Tolit... Oh, great. The Twitter files is the dumbest shit. The biggest nothing burger ever. Like, every time it comes out, I just roll my eyes. The left is so triggered over Biden getting busted with classified documents. I don't even know what they're talking about. He got busted? Financially, I had a good week. I'm going to splurge tomorrow and have it. Oh yeah, capitalizing off of the gas stove discourse is definitely, you know, something to flex on us. That's great. Boy, oh boy, wow. On Hunter Biden's recent Delaware driver's license, his current residence list is the same address where Joe Biden kept troves of stolen classified documents. Dude, they're fucking schizo posts. I'm sorry, I can't get over the fact that, like, if you're, like, everything's a fucking conspiracy. It's everything. Santa Claus is a conspiracy theory. Everything's conspiracy theory. All conservative accounts are being throttled and hidden again, just like before Elon Musk's ownership. Looks like nothing's changing in that regard. Wait, weren't, like, conservative accounts being, like a lot of conservative accounts being unbanned? I'm pretty sure that was happening. One of these is worth a fortune. The other is just some... I don't even know what that means. The vaccinated are lashing out because deep inside they're scared. What? Yeah, dude. When I got the Fauci ouchie, I was in hindsight, I am poopy. I am making a poopy in my diapers. I'm so scared of the long-term effects that this vaccine has on me. What are we talking about? Sorry, I'm just like curious how mentally deranged this person is. They're still talking about the classified documents? Makes no mistake about the Democratic Party's died in embarrassing. What are they... Man, wow. It's the jab, stupid. And Mitch McConnell, the POS. Wait, they made... Oh, they retweeted it. Dude, nothing is more beta than people retweeting their own tweets. They're obviously doing that to, like, double down on, like, the, the impressions and the fame and glory. You know, the clout, I guess. Wait, if Republicans would just lower the voting age to babies in the womb, Democrats would ban abortions the next day. What? Usually... I'm sorry, this is really dumb. Anyway, I think we get the gist here. This person's like a, more than likely like a Nazi. Wouldn't be surprised. So, anyway, yeah, so that's kind of what's happening there. And recently, because of this gas stove discourse, there was a bill that was proposed called the Stove Act. You may be wondering, why? And that would be a great question to ask the founders of this bill. The act stands for the Stop Trying to Obsessively Vilify Energy Act. You can tell that they whipped this up in like 2 seconds after the discourse transpired to, I guess, capitalize on it trending. I don't really know. I don't really know actually why this is being proposed. But the whole gist of here, if we look into it, federal regulators have openly expressed their desire to ban gas stoves with the commissioner. I don't know who they're referring to. The federal regulators. I don't know. I've never seen this before. They say recently, but like okay. With a commissioner of the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission stating any options on the table, the Stove Act preempts this bureaucratic overreach by prohibiting federal agencies from moving on to ban gas stoves with similar gas-powered appliances. The last thing Americans need or want is another big government bureaucratic decision telling us which appliances we can have in our home. Keep in mind, this is the same party that want to ban gender-affirming care. This is the same party that wants to ban gay marriage. In terms of big government bureaucratic decisions, I feel like that's far more intrusive than gas stoves. The Stove Act is a common sense measure that will stop bureaucrats from banning gas stoves or ranges. Americans should have the ability to choose the most affordable, most available way to cook food in their own home. Keep in mind, these people who are proposing this bill like make hundreds of thousands of dollars. I'm over here, man. I'm playing the game of life I guess I'm playing the game of life wrong, I guess, because, I mean, I don't know, maybe I should be like a politician. I'll make fucking hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to propose frivolous pieces of legislation. The Biden administration's new effort to ban gas stoves. Okay, has this really been suggested seriously? Like, to actually ban gas stoves, like, holistically? Or perhaps encourage others to pursue alternative. Like, I don't know. I have not seen this before. But yeah, they're proposing this. I mean, I don't know what to say. These conservative or Republicans are just absolutely bitch made because anything, like they did the same shit in 2011 apparently with light bulbs. They tried to pass like a thing that prevented the ban usage of light bulbs or something. There's a lot of pieces of legislation that's silly. I understand that, but like we are wasting tax dollars, I guess, doing this, you know? like, I don't know. Yeah. So I don't know. The people are whack. Conservatives are whack. You know. I haven't seen this anywhere. I have just not seen any attempts by the federal government to ban gas stoves. I have not seen this. I keep up with the news quite a bit, and I have yet to see this proposed, you know, anywhere. Maybe it was proposed. I don't know. But man, they're going hard in the paint for gas stoves, I guess. Like, this is so fucking stupid. Like, we're in a clown universe. Anyway, I personally don't think that gas stoves should be banned. I think that instead, a better way to redress climate change would be to, I think carbon taxes are good, but it needs to be coupled with other pieces, other policies. I think what needs to probably happen is like reorganizing, society. I know that sounds pretty vague and complex, and it is, but I think a good way to maybe fight climate change would be to make it to where the utilization or the necessity for cars become more or less obsolete. Having walkable communities is actually really good. Some positive externalities that come about from like walkable, communities are, is like better health, for example. You can have lower health premiums. You can have a better sense of community, which might improve mental well-being for, that community. I think also, obviously, it lowers carbon emissions from cars because things are walkable, so you don't need to take a car to get to places. I think there's a lot of good that can come about that. Obviously, there are going to be people who are mentally handicapped, or excuse me, maybe not mentally handicapped, but like physically handicapped, who cannot get from place to place by walking, which is totally fine. There should be accommodations made for those people, but I think by and large, having like a more tight-knit community and having more third places or third areas in society is really good. That should be something that's pursued for sure. Now, with respect to like climate change holistically, like you really do need to like reorganize like the infrastructure of society, because like a lot of it is pretty car centric. The way that you get about from place to place, it's predicated on the idea that you have a vehicle to get there. But not only that, like we use a lot of electricity. Our society is designed more or less to rely on fossil fuels than on renewable energy, for example. There are some areas in the country that use mostly renewable energy. I think California and Texas are two states that use more renewable energy than, fossil fuels. That being said, there should be an attempt made by local municipalities or governments to try and reorganize, economically, the way in which communities are structured. I think, relying solely on, fossil fuels or stuff like that can be problematic. Obviously, like I mentioned, walkable cities is really good too. But also, carbon taxes are great to minimize the amount of carbon emissions from these large corporations. I think raising taxes on these corporations as well is important. Having better guidelines from an EPA perspective could be good. But we're kind of at like a tipping point. I don't even know if we're at a tipping point of this right now. I think we're more past that. But yeah, right now we just kind of have to, it's not a matter of preventing a 3 degree or a 2 degree increase in global temperatures. I think it's more of how to manage it. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at. But urban development is actually really important. In moving forward into the 22nd century, especially, I think we need to set up things. We're not going to be alive at that point, but for the 22nd century, we need to set up the infrastructure and all the things that can allow for future generations to live a life not suffering under the effects of climate change. You know, it's the morally right thing to do, in my opinion. So yeah, that's kind of how I see it. But I know I kind of went on a tangent there. All right, cool. What is this?
We would ask a member of Congress who uses it, who smokes an occasional cigar. Joins us tonight. Congressman, grateful that you're up for the most American of all pleasures, which is tobacco. Sorry to say it, it's true. It founded the country. For you to burn a cigar occasionally in your office.
Okay, so it's okay. Just really hammering home. Wow. Okay. Oh yeah, I heard Louisiana, I think it was Louisiana, pretty sure, is trying to ban pornography. Hold on. Porn ban Louisiana. I think this was 20. Yep, this is what I think what it was. Yeah, I heard about this. Louisiana's new porn law carries users' privacy risk. Oh, this is like a transcript. That's fine. I guess I'll read it. This might not be... okay. It's known as Act 440, and how it works is like this. If you are in Louisiana and you go to a popular porn website, like Pornhub, you'll be prompted to hand over information from your driver's license or other government ID to a third-party website to make sure you are of age. That seems very high risk. A third-party website responsible for containing personal identifiable information. Ugh, that is a can of worms here. The law went into effect this year, possibly opening up to some privacy issues. Jason Kelly is an associate director of digital. Okay. So, okay. All right, so what was your initial reaction to this law? There aren't similar pieces of legislation. It was somewhat surprising to everyone who works in the space because I think the law went somewhat under the radar and suddenly it was being reported on. And we thought, oh, wow, this is something we hadn't heard of before. But it isn't new. There were previous laws, in specific a federal law called COPA, which is about 20 years old now and is no longer in effect because it was deemed unconstitutional. So it's not a total shock that this exists, but it was a little surprising to those of us who... Okay. Now, what concerns should people have about this requirement to submit sensitive data? I mean, you're getting kicked to a third-party site. How reassured should one feel for the information is being collected or retained? It's reasonable for people to be concerned. People have been surprised that information that they shared with websites have gone places that they didn't expect it in the past, you know, many times, whether that's because of a data breach or because of third-party data brokers. In this case, the laws explicitly asks that companies who do collect this information to verify age don't retain it and don't share it. But it's difficult for people to confirm that that's happening. And also, if you want to push back and say a company has done something with my data that they weren't supposed to do, you have to show damages. So it's a little difficult to take a company to court and push back if they do collect that information. Yeah, that's definitely a good point. I think when you have this repository of information, personal PII, it can, and they're using it irresponsibly, whether it's sharing it or not having proper protocols to protect that information from being hacked or compromised. It can be difficult to exactly demonstrate how damage was done, right? Obviously, you can point to the fact that their policies or procedures were inadequate in protecting such PII, but at the same time, these are companies, large-scale companies, at least large enough, that can very well take on the average Joe, I guess. I think something like the ACLU would need to come in and represent these a larger group of people. So really, this would have to be a large-scale issue, I think, for there to be any reasonable reprimanding of a negligent company with PII. And there's bigger problems, really, with the fact that people are going to be sharing their information with sites that they've never heard of, whether it's the site itself or a third party. You might trust a larger site like Pornhub or something like that, has a comprehensive solution with a third-party verifier that has its entire businesses around age verification and identity verification. But when you go to a smaller site that maybe most people haven't heard of, you're never even seen before, it's niche. Yeah, exactly, a niche site. There are plenty of them. Yeah, I think even Pornhub isn't great with like verifying people's information. Pornhub, the way in which they verify your account is you have to like show a screenshot of you with a I guess a piece of paper or something saying like your username and I think maybe your age or something. There's like no like hardcore like show your ID or anything like that. And plus, it could very well be the case that somebody is using, pulling, like if let's say somebody's being sexually exploited, they could still verify that information under, intimidation, for example, or through promise of financial compensation by verifying their accounts so that way they can keep being taken advantage of. So the verification process with Pornhub is still pretty inadequate. It's definitely better than it was before, which was, I think no verification was required for an account. But with this, with the verification process now, it's, I guess, slightly better, but still pretty inadequate. There are plenty of niche pornography sites online. You're not going to know really how to trust the verifier of that site. This is a fair point. It's not always going to be easy to sue the company, especially if that company is based outside of the US and is using that information for blackmail or identity theft. Yeah, there's high risk. The pornography industry is pretty high risk, for sure, yeah. The backers of the law say that it'll prevent children from watching porn, right? I think the obvious question is, does it? I don't think anything prevents children from watching porn. I think it's going to be impossible to prevent anyone from doing something online that they really, really want to. Where there's a will, there's a way, and there's a lot of will for young people. Yeah, that's a really good point too. In terms of circumnavigating any sort of, verification process to access, sexually explicit material, there is always going to be a way to do that. I know that, kids are, the children may not have the exact expertise to get around these systems, but surely there are some that will be able to, and also perhaps are going to be vulnerable to others offering services to help them get around these sexually explicit websites. Also, this isn't even to mention the fact that you can go on other, you don't have to go onto a porn website to look at porn. You can go to Reddit, you can go to Twitter. There are other social media platforms that offer sexually explicit content. It doesn't have to be from a porn site to access porn, I guess. Even OnlyFans, I mean, there's a lot of different areas you can do that. There are a lot of parental supervision apps that you can add to your phone. They aren't perfect, but at least, but they aren't as bad as the wholesale blocking of content. This is good, yeah. There's a lot of, and plus this kind of negates the whole, sharing of private information because the parental, I think that really comes down, I think this is kind of a good way of controlling for that, because at the end of the day, like I said, some children or teenagers are going to want to access pornography or what have you, and one of the ways in which that can be controlled is in the home by the parents. Not every parent is responsible, and that's obvious, but they are the closest to these children, right? They're their parents after all. And consequently, I think that they are understanding of like what kind of behavior that their child engages in to some extent. But there are supervision apps. I think that this is important because like you can look at it and you can see what they're doing, what kind of sites they're perusing, but also like you can maybe have a talk with them if they are consuming a lot of like pornography. And perhaps I think that like the whole parent looking at it might be the best way to for lack of a better term, subvert the kind of behavior that people want to like engage in with respect to consuming pornography. I don't think children should be looking at pornography because it's kind of like icky. It's pretty explicit, but there will be kids who do like that will be able to watch it. There's like no way to wholesale like prevent that from happening. If you're thinking about ways that the internet itself, sort of within the infrastructure, can be better about allowing young children, age verification is something that's been thrown around for a long time. It doesn't really pass. Okay, yeah. It's really up to the parent to have conversation with their kid and really make sure that they know what's happening on their devices. So it is kind of like super. Yeah, I think it's not a perfect solution, but the best solution might be just to have the parent go in there and control like to an extent the child's exposure online. You're never gonna it's not a perfect solution, like I said. There are some parents who are more irresponsible than others, but it is a solution that is better than the alternative, which is to allow the government or to have the government come in and ban pornography outright. I mean, it already is banned, but like to have these third-party I don't know if vendors is the right word, but like these third parties collect private information to verify identities. That's super high risk, okay? That's like very high risk. These companies, who knows? They could be susceptible to their infrastructure can be susceptible to fraudsters. This is just a breeding ground for ID theft. So yeah, I think that keeping it within the home, the purview of the house, might be the best way to redress the pornography consumption of children. But on that note, I'm gonna take a break. I gotta go. We're gonna go walk the dogs. I gotta go take care of all that. I will be back. And yeah, I will be back after this, but it's going to be a little bit of a break, so hang in there for me, and I will see you guys in a little bit. I'm going to go take my dogs on a walk, take care of that, and we'll be back, and I think we'll probably play some games, I think. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, I will be right back. All right. Howdy. I got some water, so. All right, we're gonna. Let's see. Ooh. That looks cool. You know, I'm actually curious. I might play Rocket League, because yeah, I've been playing that a little bit now. Going back to it at least. Oh shoot, I'm gonna have to change the stream title. Hold on. No, YouTube Studio. Content. Oh wow, nice. Oh wait, I gotta change the tag real quick. Hold on. Go from here to here. Save. All right. Let me change this to that. Here we go. Game capture. Might take a moment. That's all right. Hopefully there's no copyright with this. Dude, this is really getting fucked. Alright, let's try this again.
You play Rocket League?
Yeah, I play Rocket League. Do you know what that is?
Kinda. Carl at Quadex was obsessed with that.
Oh, really?
He would go to Rocket League conventions and stuff.
No way.
Yeah. Oh, it's sad. Come on, Burley, come in here.
Alright, let me change
Come
the...
in here with Daddy.
There we go. We about to beast it up in Rocket League. I haven't played this since like yesterday. I have chat up just in case people feel adventurous and talking. Hopefully that doesn't slip. Cool beans. Yeah, I haven't played this in a while. I do use keyboard mouse, which is unconventional, but that's okay. Wow, that is quite the goal celebration. Nice. Nice. I just like killing people. It's kind of like my goal. Surprised it didn't count as a save. I'm not even gonna try snagging that. That was a shot on goal, technically. Oh boy, I remember when this first came out too. Oof. Easy. Easy. Now we're cooking. Everyone's just flailing around like idiots, and I'm over here playing chess. Ooh, okay. That bounce at the end there was pretty good. Wow. You know, I don't know that's gonna... I don't know if I'm gonna get like a copyright on my stream for that stupid shit. Knowing you two, probably. What a shot that was. If I had more boost, that would be more dangerous. What? That could have been bad. My guy almost hit me, that's nice. Fuck. I had no boost, that was unfortunate, but okay. Okay, this is really annoying. I can't do anything. Well, whatever. I just don't want to risk any copyright bullshit, because I'm sure that's going to happen. Wait for the bounce there. There we go. Whoop. Oh, what a clear. Okay. That was a really messy assist. Alright, what's going on here? Oh, wow. That was a toughie there. I don't think I could have gotten that. Unless I did somehow, like, the coolest backflip ever, which I didn't do. Alright, that's fine. They didn't take the lead with that, so... it's all good. I'll play a little more conservative. Oh! My god! Wow, man. Inches! Inches! Shit. Okay. Alright. I mean, kudos, man. Damn. Well, I think it's over at this point. Maybe if we didn't just afford this last school, then it would have been something, but... oh well. GG, man. You asshole, you're in the way. We really need to get aggressive here because... ooh. Well, that's alright. Alright, cool. Yeah, I've been out of commission for a little bit, so you'll have to forgive my poor play, for lack of a better term. Oh my god. They hear a dog that, like, is... and it's worse because we're in a confined area, so it's gonna echo very loudly. That dog is always outside. It's kind of crazy. Uh-oh. These guys... okay. Well, that didn't work. There you go, there you go. Oh, that was pretty good. See, the trick is to know where the ball will be. I think we have somebody who is playing for the first time on our team. I'll let him snag that or not. What? What? I'm looking at the replay on my stream.
Teammate.
That's fucking
Hello.
terrible.
That's you. I'm gonna get right boost bottom.
I don't want to deal with this shit. No. I don't want to hear anything. I think we'll just vote. I'll vote to concede. We're down 3-zip. Oh, and one of our guys doesn't know how to play, so I think it's reasonable. Are you fucking kidding? Wow. Alright, I'll just leave that. It's kind of a waste of my time. Yeah, I don't know. Now I gotta suck my head. Oh, good. Goody goody gumdrops. Oh, I'm on the blue team. Alright, that's a great... Oh, that was a good clear. They're all grouped together. I think that could have been a good exploit on our part. Nice. I think I kind of helped him out a little bit, you know? Oh, that could have been a goal on my part if I was better at this game. Ooh. Oh my gosh, we all can't hit it. All right, easy. Oh, I'm not waiting that long. Yeah, I think we'll play a little bit of this and maybe Halo afterwards. That'd be nice. Ooh. Yeah, everyone plays this game on controller, which I don't because like I like an extra challenge. The real reason being actually that I didn't have a controller to play this game on. Is that really gonna go in? Oh, I didn't think. Okay, that's fine. I really wanted it to slowly roll in there. That was a difficult needle to thread, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't want to get there too early, too late. The guy centered it for him. Ooh, that was close. I almost kind of feel like playing de facto goalie here. Yeah, there's a lot more strategy to this game than you would think. I just want to get it over here. Let my teammates score. Uh-oh. Yeah. I gotta get the counter clear here. Dude, I hate the... Man, the handling, the car handling on this is whack. Great. I took out one of their guys and somehow... That's just unfortunate. There's not much to be said about that. It's just... There you go. There you go. Teammates, go. Oh my gosh. I did try to tackle there. That was something I tried. Well, there's only 2 minutes. We gotta score twice here. Yes. There you go. Happened to come out of that guns blazing. That's gonna go in. Ooh, never mind. That was just an inevitability. We're not that good. I'm not that good. I try not to ball chase that often because I know it can be annoying. Center it for me. Ooh. That guy does no boost. And someone's gonna come and clear that shit. Well, this is a game, I guess. Probably gonna lose. Nothing I could have done would have prevented that score. I'm just that bad. I even tried lining myself up. Oh well. May as well get wacky with it, I guess. Oh, I ran out of boost. I have no boost. Cool. Huh. You know what I feel like playing is Halo. This is fun and all, but it's not my go-to, I guess. Oh wow. Damn. Oh, you know what's also fun is fuck, where is it? Oh, there's an update that needs to be done. That's gonna take like 2 seconds. We'll play some Stumble Guys. How about that? It's like Fall Guys, except it's not. Why is the music so fucking loud? Alright, let me turn down the music. There we go. No, not that. Awesome. Awesome, guys. Play some Stumble Guys. I haven't played this in actually a fat minute. Whoops. This is like for all the This is all for the preschoolers out there who still play this game. I've never won a champion. Actually, no, that's not true. I have won one championship. Or one tournament. I'm not sure what that says about me as a gamer. I think it says a lot. Whoa. Let's turn it down a little bit. Guys, we gotta get over here. I hate this map. I will say. Gotta go all the way down. There we go. People are struggling. No one's qualified yet. Oh, great. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Alright, that one's fresh. This one's fresh. How did... What? How am I alive? No! This shit's impossible. That's actually impossible. Alright, this one's fresh. How do you do it? How do you time it? I'm not even gonna qualify after one round. Holy shit. Oof, okay. Maybe I just got bad luck on that one. No, I don't even want to... Yeah, I'll claim what I get. Can't... Okay. We can try that again. Hopefully a different map. Oof. Oh, now this one's easy. We got the left strat going. Left strat for days. Threading the needle over here. Oh, at least I didn't fall down. Alright, I think I might be able to... Yeah, I got it. Alright, easy peasy. Oh, that poor knight. I'm rooting for you, boy. Get up there. Or down, I guess. That lag, though. Yeah, this is like a more juvenile, like, fucking Stumble Guys, or Fall Guys, which I have never played. So, yeah. Oh no, I hate this one. Oh no. Alright, that's fine. Wait a second. Alright, there we go. You gotta have to do it on an angle here. Like so. I'm probably not gonna qualify. This is, people are bringing their A game here. Oh, wow. Okay. Alright. Easy. Somebody has punch, which is kind of OP. Ugh. Are we about to get the final round, I think? This is a good final round. Alright. Avoid the lasers. Stay away from other players. Ooh, that was close. There we go. Only 3 remain. I think that guy has punch though, which is a problem. I gotta stay away from this guy. Oh, wow. Why did I do that? I had an opening on the left side. I could have won that. Oh well. At least I made to the top 2. That's probably one of the best final rounds because I don't like doing the racing thing, that slide, it's rough. This one is a there is a strat to this. Alright. Alright, we gooch. Because they all like this is the kind of, this one is the kind of one where everyone qualifies like at the same time, so. Okay, what is this now? I don't think I've played on this one. Wait, maybe I have. Okay. We'll go with this strat, I guess. It tries to bait you into going. There we go. I wonder what the final round's gonna be. That skeleton is screwed. Alright, if it's the lasers again, that'd be cool. Oh no, this one's a good one too, though. Block dash. Nice. There's a strat to this one, too. You gotta, like, play chess. Ooh. Alright. One's eliminated so far. Alright. Whoa. Why did it... Okay. It like stuck me in that animation. Here we go. They're coming fast and furious. Damn. Oh. Oh. Uh-oh. How was I... Wasn't I on top of that guy? Okay, that's kind of unfair. That's kind of unfair. I was on top of him, wasn't I? He was underneath me. Yeah, that's some bologna. That's some bologna sandwich. Not good, not good. Alright, I gotta try one more time, okay? This one's pretty easy, I think. Everyone's bouncing around. Are you for realsies? Oh. Oh my god, that might cost me. That might cost me. Yeah, that might cost me. Alright, I gotta make a clear path here. Yeah. There's not much I can do there, though, you know? I was behind the 8 ball at that point. Alright, that's fine. That's fine. Let me... Whoops. Yeah, let me go ahead, queue up some Halo. What the? You alright? My dog's freaking out. Okay. Hi there. Hi there. Alright, hold on. I gotta make sure they're okay. Oh, hello. Yeah, I didn't have it on mute. The game isn't capturing, interestingly enough. Let me see if it just auto captures in a minute. Takes a second to get through. Forgive me, I got a snack because I'm a little peckish. Yeah, it looks like it went through. Cool. We got some cheese and some meat. Mm-hmm. Mmm. Some good shit. Watch 1 second, hold on. Let me just double check you guys can hear me. Okay, cool. Alright, we can close that out. This will be the last game we play today. I have some shit to do later. I haven't really eaten anything today, so I keep getting a notification I have free shit from Microsoft. It's weird. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. That's really close. That was a clutch. That was a clutch bubble. Wow. Ooh. Where the fuck was that coming from? Of course. That's treated as a solid object? Nice. Okay. Gotcha. Let me see if I can sneak up on them. Okay, cool. Nice. Do we got that? Yep. Okay, cool. Gonna be coming in hot here. Uh-oh. Move! My guy got in the way a little bit. Well, that was closer than I should have made it. Am I about to die? Did I get him? Nope. Wow, we're about to lose, really? Oh well. Ugh. That's pretty good KDA though. The one guy on their team was fucking lighting it up. I hate this map. Oh, thank you. Wow. That guy found me? What? We got some danger up there. Are those like the same guys that we played last game? There you go. Oh, it's 3v4? Well, that's nice. I love when we're outnumbered. They got the high ground on me. Ha 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 ha. Wow. I've never seen a game of High Ground where all the action has been relegated to this one section. That was pretty pro. Oh, I forgot they had snipes. Dude, he had a fucking... He lost to me. He lost to me on a vehicle. That's pretty impressive. Worth it. Oh, that was a perfectly placed grenade. I'm being tracked down by a... Yeah. I gotta get that OS up there. It's our only chance, really. You guys can clean that up. There you go. Yeah, force them to come to us. That's probably better. Whoa, what? What? How did that happen? They must have outflanked me or something. Well, I got a better spawn at least. I mean, there's nothing we can do if they have like the best weapons in the game. I mean... I hate my fucking teammates. I swear I threw that grenade. Oh well. Easy. Easy peasy. Lego. I'm just reading now. There's a North Dakota bill that would ban all books from public libraries that would include any depiction of trans or gay people. Wow. Guys, we're speedrunning the genocide. I mean, whew. What can you say? All using this. Yeah. Okay. That's nice. We are we're on a fast track to hell over here. I'm gonna go for the OS right off the bat. See if it snags some people coming out of here. I already have the upper hand with the OS though. Did that person have OS too? There's two. Oh yeah, there is. Duh. Whoop. Let's chill out a little bit. Chill out a little bit. Hey, that's nice. This guy, yeah, that. Oh yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. I got it. Okay, cool. This guy destroyed my OS and then I get naded. Okay. This is usually risky. Damn. You know, I really thought I would be able to land one of those. Oh, there's a bubble there, so that's not gonna work. Well, got double team there. Yeah. Why do they keep doing this shit? I fucking hate. God, I hate. This is why I hate matchmaking, man. Oh, right. I'm just gonna make my life's goal to ruin this guy's life. Because he's ruining everyone else's life. Obviously, he's trying to get booted from the game. I'm so sick of dying. That doesn't even count. It's like a betrayal. That's so funny, though. Alright, that was wise of me. Playing a game of chicken there.
Remaining.
I was really ducking out of there for a while. That's okay. I'm okay with that. If you're going to just ruin the experience for teammates, then you don't deserve to play. You know? Fuck. Yeah, that's fine. We can, let me actually exit out. Oh boy, we've been playing for 4 hours, shit. Going for a world record here. Sorry, let me change the full cam. Oh, hello. Oh, I don't know why I turned that off. Howdy. Yeah, let me go to YouTube real quick. Yeah, we can talk about a couple of other things before I head out. Let me just go to YouTube Studio. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Change this to this. Okay. There we go. Oh, wow. That's a lot of tweets. I see Kyle Rittenhouse is trending. I'm interested in what's going on with that. I don't know why we're talking about this right now. I don't think it matters. Nothing matters. Okay, so one moment. I'm not the type of person to clout shark or steal content, and I still won't be, but nah, you know what, that's fine. I am actually gonna go. I don't want to stream for the sake of it. I want to stream when I have like good content to deliver. Excuse me. So, with that being said, yeah, okay. Yeah, I think we're done here. So, next week here, the 21st, should be the next time I stream. hope everyone has a good rest of your day. Let me exit out of this. But yeah, I'm gonna go. Again, hope everyone does well for the rest of the day, and yeah, I'll see you guys next week. So take care.